Creek looks pretty full. Robert, we need lights in here?
Yeah.
No. There and there. I can't pull that one down. Either one. I pulled him down over there and opened the door. Oh, somebody has to put a key in. Well, I don't have one of those. Well, hello.
Shabbat shalom.
I like your little.
Do it. Say again, how do
I like your little.
I know yours too.
Yeah?
Did you bring it tonight?
No. Wait. Why didn't we bring your car tonight?
I wouldn't have wanted to. I already have a headache. You see why, Rob?
Is the doors open?
No, I'm allergic to cotton.
We just opened the
Oh.
doors.
Anything I can do. You staying for dinner?
I am.
I met Rosemary.
Yeah, you played mahjong with her.
Yeah, it's my second game. It's the
Yeah.
first real one I ever
She
played.
used to play
Whoop.
a lot. I can't remember where it was. When we lived in Cleveland, or we lived in Delaware, or somewhere.
Somewhere. She told me.
But she hasn't been a long time.
Yeah, well, I never, so I haven't been a long time either.
So you taking any trips with the car?
Have I taken any trips? The only serious trip I took was driving it from Western Massachusetts to here when I moved.
That's not a fun trip.
No, it was 3 days. It's not a fun car to ride in for 3 days. three long days.
We try and take the car. That was, we've taken it out to Steamboat.
We
We've taken it
joined a Peep to Peep Miata Club.
Oh, really?
Yep, they got Miata clubs everywhere.
They have some interesting trips.
We just had lunch today with an old friend. It was Rosemary and I, John and Rosemary, we were the closest. We were a very close couple. There were several, but they're one of our closest friends. Both lived in Ohio. I hadn't left there 25 years ago.
It's been a while.
Yeah, and I had Rosemary hadn't seen them. So there was a party for reception for wedding. I wanted for children in 2008. So Rosemary hadn't seen them in 2008.
Well,
I hadn't seen them a couple times, but we went down to Golden today, which would have been a lovely drive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it turned out it was good that I did because we met at a restaurant and their daughter who lives there had taken them to the restaurant, but had things to do later.
Oh, sorry.
So I could ride them home.
Whoa!
So and that was funny because John always, he used to have a car which he called his Black Mistress, his wife called his Black Mistress. It was a black Corvette. And then after that, he had several Porsches. And I asked him, so you're still driving a Porsche? He said, yeah, I said, I got to know that I've done Porsches. He said, I have a wonderful car. So we went to get Genesis. I said, oh, that's nice. He said, G70, 80, or 90. I said, G80. He said, yeah, well, that's what I'm going to take you home with. That's what I got for.
I guess, but I think Larry Cohen has.
Yeah, he just got the GV, which is the SUV,
Oh,
the 70.
Yeah.
That's, I told the dealer that my next car is the electrified version of that.
yeah.
We don't try to have relationships with car dealers.
Yes, you do.
No, we don't. We don't talk to them. We go out of our way to say, my next one is gonna be this. 'Cause
The
we're-
Volvo deal in Chicago, you didn't have a relationship with them?
Caesar, how long has that been?
This
11 years?
this is a fast-talking Israeli. He was,
We actually liked him a lot. You know, he called us on the high holidays, which is funny because
For
he
years.
probably didn't even observe when we did, and he knew it. Yes.
What two parts am I doing?
Well, mine. And I only know buying one car. And do you remember, I went to look for a car, I was doing the shopping, and this car was next to whatever the other car was, the car dealership adjoining, and the salesman said to me, the salesman said to me, yes, this is the perfect crossover for mom. And I went, he lost that deal right then and there. I was
Rabbit said
like,
it was perfect for mom.
yeah, well, it was a crossover for mom,
No.
you know, put your groceries in the back. And that's when I went next door and bought a model.
Ah,
Which
okay.
it's enough of a mom cost, but I love that car.
Like the car, the Volvo that didn't put XC60 and
You know why I didn't get an XC90? I couldn't get into it.
Too tall?
we bought it in 2012. And so 13 years later, we had 25,000.
But you know that when I drove up one day, I said, oh, did you get a new car?
Yeah, probably is.
I said, this one's 13 years old.
We have the BMW, which it's not my primary vehicle, but that's now 22 years old. I've had it for 20 years. And it had 21,000 miles when I bought it. It's got 61 now, so over the last
So,
20 years,
yeah,
I've
yes.
averaged 2,000 miles a year.
Yeah, that's how I
So
do it.
that's about us. I bought my Mazda in 27. And I bought it for her, and she won't drive it.
Well, you know why? I have one very simple reason. If you had taken me out to a flat place to try it, I might have, I drove a stick years ago, so I had it. But we went up the driveway like this,
Mm-hmm.
and the car stalled. So I put it in neutral, and I started, and it went, that's it.
But that car was 2008, and I bought it in 2010
And just like that.
for
Yeah.
2011. And so it's 14 years old. No, it's, sorry, it's
2008, so it's
17
17 years old, yeah.
And you know something, the group that we belong to, the older they are, the better they like them.
and they have 35,000 miles on it.
It's nice.
So I put 8,000 miles from the time I bought it
Hoo-ha.
12 years ago.
When we lived
So
in
it's
the
at
mountains.
1,500 miles a
When we
year.
lived in the mountains, we didn't drive it all year.
Yeah.
In the winter,
Where did
I-
you live now?
Boulder Heights.
Oh. But the mountains, it's not that you live in Leadville.
No, this was
But
about
it was enough of the mountains. I mean, you go to the north side of Boulder and then drive 6 miles west.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it gets heavy.
we're 7,800 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there for 16 years.
60?
16.
I've been a lot of places for 60
We
years.
were splitting our time between Chicago and here and then Portland and here. So I think that's what
Ah, thank you. If I had the headache, would you think it was good?
This is called the 6, right?
Yeah.
I thought so, yeah.
The 6, right?
Yeah.
You keep
That's only 601.
I know, but there's supposed to be 60 people here tonight.
How many?
60.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, some of them will come closer to dinner.
I know Ellen was supposed to be here,
Who?
she said to me this afternoon,
Oh, they told me
Yeah.
no.
no for dinner.
We'll be here for the speaker.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, she did mention it. We saw him last night over at the J. We were there. That
That
was
was a good program.
Well,
That's
I didn't say
Very
that.
good.
But
Yeah.
there's people.
Very good program.
Hours.
So you're on duty?
We can do it together, right?
It's a one person.
If you wanna do us, I'll do it tomorrow morning.
It's up to you.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I
take it.
don't want to say.
What do we need, a red book? I don't know, I don't ever come on Fridays.
Neither do I.
You need a red book.
No, I'm very good at outboard.
So you know what's going on.
It's always good.
You were already in here, so I'm not giving you one.
It's my friend Stephanie. Friends of mine. There you go. There you go.
I'm getting old. I'm
Well, it's
probably
been
survived
saying-
parties.
Well, I think she's just really greasy.
Yeah.
Hello.
I've never met them. I'm only like, yeah, I'm only different. I mean, I know how to
Yeah.
when I was in Israel, I was going to visit someone that, but so she, this was yeah.
Oh, a lot.
Oh, yeah, so. I was saying, like, how does it sit?
But you're not on duty tonight. You're not on duty tonight, so it's easier. Much love.
What's that? So many things.
Yeah. Is it a third? Or is that third? Yes.
Hi, Sharon. Nice to meet you, Sharon.
A long time no see, resident friend.
I just. Thank you. Washington, D.C.
I was like this thing.
Yes. I was in Cherokee Room. So I'm actually, I went to college. Stephanie, nice to meet you.
Oh, nice.
On your list of things.
That's your place.
That's why you come to the funeral.
I like the dark blue.
Cause you did the mark every month. No, she doesn't.
Yes, you have the name.
It says spiritual mark.
Did you go to Morocco? Yeah, I did. Okay. I wasn't sure when you were going. Oh. No. Well, I don't know where they are. It was would actually already done. And I said, like, but I've been working here.
So he definitely was fine. Yeah, they were one side. And it was probably yeah, it had to be.
I can guess they,
So, and
I had a policy where the they're already willing to send me to Israel. Oh, good.
I'm talking and talking. I don't want to stop.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. I think we're going to
do something a little unusual in that Shabbat is really not technically in for a little while, so some of us have just done Mincha, which is the afternoon service, and seeing as we have some mourners here, before we start Kabbalat Shabbat, we'll just give an opportunity for our mourners to say Mourners Kaddish, which will count for Friday rather than for Shabbat. If that makes any sense, and if it doesn't, don't worry about it. So there is a Mourners Kaddish on page 30. We invite those of you who are in mourning and those of you observing yahrzeits to rise. Yeah, you had yahrzeit this week for your aunt, right? For Barbara? Huh? So, Kaddish on page 30. Yikadal, Yikadash, Meirah, Yikra, Yikra, Hayekon, Yomekon, Hayekon, Israel, Allah, Zman, Rabbi, Rumene, Eish, Meirah, Korach, Adon, Meirah, Yibah, Yishbah, Yibah, Yibah, Yisek, Yibah, 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 Shnei, Yibah, Yibah, Elah, Yibah, Yerkata, Shirata, Tushbata, Nechemata, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome everybody. We're going to turn now to page 10 for Yidid Nefesh. And I invite a few deep breaths so we can land here and breathe in Shabbat and breathe out. Yidid Nefesh Aharat Aman Mesharah Eresona Yarutz Adach K'moaya Yishtachaveh Mul Adam Ki Elo Yedidotah Bino Etzu Bechotam Adonai Elalam Nashicholat Ahavata Anaena Befanala Beharola Noaila Asit Chazek V'titrafe V'hayetala Shivrat Olam V'tihemu Rachamecha V'chusna Aveinu Hava Ki Zekama Yisok Nida Le'o B'tiferet Ula Anaheli Mahmad Livi Kushana Ve'alti Talam Igalena Ufros Bali Alai 6 Psalms of Kabbalat Shabbat relating to the 6 days of the week, and as we go through these Psalms you may want to reflect on your week and think of things from your week you want to let go of and things you want to really hold on to. This was a week where we both mourned and celebrated Eretz Yisrael in all of its complexity. It was a week that was hard for some of us and joyful for others of us. And so as we go through the Psalms of Kabbalat Shabbat, the invitation is there just to reflect on each day that we have lived through another week, and here we are on Shabbos. So we're going to begin that journey on page 11 with Psalm 95. L'tzor Yisheinu Ma'afanav V'Torah V'Zmirot Nariyalo Yara lai 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 Yara lai 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 Yara lai lai Yara lai 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 Alma toile bachem lo yadu delachai asher nishbati be'afi im yivon anochati yala lai 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 yala lai 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 yala lai lai yala lai 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 La 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la, ya la 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 la. Page 13. Shir Adonai Shir Chadash, Shir Adonai Kol Haaretz, Shir Adonai Baruch Hu Shmo, Vasu miyom yom Yeshuato. Yismu Hashemayim v'tagel haaretz Yiram umelo Yalos alai v'chol asher bo Az yiradenu kol hatzreya Lifnei Adonai ki ba lishpot haaretz Yishpot tevel b'tzedek Ve'amin b'emunato Tagel haaretz. Ave Adonai Sinua Shomer Nafsho Chasidav Yad Hashem Yatzilei Oz Amalach Tzadik Yishalei Simcha Simchu Tzadikim Adonai Hodu L'Zecher Chosho. Page 17, a psalm that has in it Ki Niflaot Asa. You have created miracles, and many of us see the foundation of Eretz Yisrael as a miracle that we celebrated this week, which is why yesterday morning we did the whole of Hallel here on Yom HaAtzmaut, which is what we sing when we're praising miracles. So page 17, thinking of all of the miracles, all of the wonders, even when the world feels so challenging, there are just so many miracles if we open our eyes and notice them. Mizmor shiru l'Adonai shir chadash, niflaot asa, Oshia lo yamino, uzlo hashakosho, Odi Adonai Yeshuato, Le'nei Adonai Milatzikato, Zachar Chasto ve'emunato, Le'beit Yisrael, Ra'u kol asei haaretz, Yeshuat Eloheinu, Haviu l'Adonai kol haaretz, Timtzu v'rananu v'dameru, Damu l'Adonai b'chinor, b'chinor v'kol zimra, v'chatzor chod v'kol shofar, hariu lifnei HaMelech Adonai, Yiram hayam u'melo'o, tevel v'yod v'ra, neharot yimchachucha, yachad harim yiradneinu, lifnei Adonai kiva, lishvot haaretz, yishvot le'enu tzedek, ve'amim b'nei sharim. Page 20. Moshe ve'Aaron b'chanav, u'Shmuel b'korei shemo, kolim el Adonai, hu yahanem, b'amud anan, yidaber aleim, Edotav v'chok natan lamo, Adonai Eloheinu ata nitam, el noseh hayita lahem, v'nokeim al alilotam, romemu Adonai Eloheinu, v'shtachavu l'hakodesho, hi kadosh Adonai Eloheinu. And we rise as we're able to for the last of our 6 Psalms of Kabbalat Shabbat, taking us to Yom HaShishi, Friday. מזמור לדוד, אבו לאדוני במילים, אבו לאדוני, קרוב ועוז, אבו לאדוני, אבו לאדוני ביער הקודש, אבו לאדוני על המים, אל הכבוד גירים, אדוני עמים רבים, כל אדוני בכוח, איי איי איי, כל אדוני באדם, כל אדוני שובר ארצים, הישבר אדוני את ארצי הלבנון, יקידן כמו רגל לבנון, בסיריון כמו בן רעים, איי איי איי, כל אדוני חוצב לבודש, כל אדוני יכיל מדבר, יכיל אדוני מדבר קדש, כל אדוני חולל הגלות, ויחסוף יעברו והיכלו כולו מרכבו, איי איי איי, אדוני למענו ישב וישב, אדוני מלך לעולם, אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן, אדוני יברך דמו בשלום. איי 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 Page 22, Ana Bachoach, is a very deep Kabbalistic prayer that some of us who are in this process of counting the Omer right now, what day is the Omer today? What day is the other one? Huh? It's 19 right now, isn't it? No, we're already in 19. Anyway, it's the 19th day of the Omer today, which is Hod Sheva Tiferet, and many people have the tradition of saying this prayer, the Ana Bachoach prayer, as part of the counting of the Omer ritual. It's also part of our Kabbalat Shabbat ritual. And really, if you look at the first lines in English, it says, if you would, may your mighty right hand undo the knot that ties us up. Tatir tzula, like untie the knots that tie us, so we can chant this together and just think about all of the knots that we want to untie as we go into this Shabbat. There are lots of them, aren't there? Yes. I've got lots of knots that need untying. Ana Bachoach gedulati mincha tahati etzerura ay 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 kaberina tamcha sagreinu tahareinu nora ay 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 Hagibot Orshei Yechutcha Kivavad Shamreim Ay 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 B'acheirim Tahareim Achameim Tzidkatcha Ta'amid Gamleim Ay 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 Chasim Kadosh B'rov Tucha Nahel Adatecha Ay 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 Yachid Gael Amcha Pnei Zochechei Kidushatecha Ay 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 ay, Shabbatenu kabel, Ushma tzakatenu, Yehodea tarumot, ay 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 ay. And we come to Lachado B, which is our beautiful song that allows us, even though she might not be ready to come in yet, but we're inviting the Shabbat bride to come and be with us. Lachado di lekakala, B'nei Shabbat nekadela, Shamo v'zachor, v'edi kol echad yishmiyanu, El hamichad Adonai echad, u'shemo echad, Shemo teferet, v'etila, lechado di lekakala, B'nei Shabbat nekadela, לקראת שבת לכוון אליך כי מקור הדרכה מראש מקדם נעשו סוף מעשה במחשבה תחילה לחדורי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה מקדש מלך עיר מלוכה ומצעי מתוך החברה ולשבת ועמק המחר יעמוד עלייך אלה לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה התנערי מאהבה קומי ושירי תפתח עמי על יד ונשת וקלה מקוראל נפשי גלה לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה התעוררי כי בעורף קומי אורי 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 שידברי עלי בא לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה לא תבושי ולא תקמי מה תשתוכחי ומה תריבה יקסו אריה עמי ונקטע עתילה לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה היו למשיסה שוסי ואנחנו קומר עלי אלוהי כמסורכת על קלה לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה לחדותי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה ימין ושמאל תפרוסי ואת אדוני תריצי על יד איש בן פסי ונשמחה ונגילה לך דודי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה לך דודי לקראת קלה בני שבת נקדלה יאללה לילה לילה יאללה לילה יאללה יאללה light, Page 27. Mizmor Shiri Shir Le'yom HaShabbat 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 Mizmor Shir Shir Le'yom HaShabbat Mizmor Shir Shir Le'yom HaShabbat Ya la 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 Ya la 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 Ya la 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 Sadikatam Yifa Keres Balanon Yiska Shetulim Bebeit Adonai Bechatzrot Eloheinu Yafrihu Od Yenuv B'Seira B'Shein V'Rananim Elo hablata bo. Adonai malach eut lavesh lavesh lavesh. Lot ma'im rabim adir mishvareyam adir Brahma Adonai yala lai 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 yala lai 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 yala lai 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 yala lai 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 lai. Others in our community who are observing the outsides, recognizing Jeffrey has the outside for his father next Shabbat and wants to be with us, so he's so encouraged from this Shabbat. And today was the outside with Esther Morris's father, Alfred Morris. And on this Shabbat, Esther Sadeh is remembering her husband, Willie Zoev Sadeh. And Leslie Kimmerling is remembering her grandmother, Luna Kapia. And Martin Faber is remembering his father, Richard Faber. Michael Ginsberg is remembering his grandmother, Sarah Rosenthal. On Tuesday, Marion Safran is remembering her sister, Serene Fine. And on Friday, Karen Robinson is remembering her grandmother, Minnie Navias. Any other names people would like to include in?
My mother, even now,
Daisy, CTO.
Zichronam Levacha, may all of them know that the for blessing Kaddish is on page 30. Yikadal, Yikadash, Yirah, Ma'at Yirah, Yirah, Chaychon, Yomechon, Chayei Yechol Israel, Ba'alav, Nizman Karev, Yibru, Amen, Yeshua, Ramah, Yiparach, Yisharach, Yipa'ar, Yivam, Yitaseh, Yitada, Yitaleh, Yitalal, Shemei Kudashah, Yivu, Le'ela, Minkol, Birchata, B'shirata, Tushbachata, V'nechemata, Damiram, Ba'alma, Yimru, Amen. Yesh, Lamaraga, Mishmaya, Chaim, Aleinu, Kol Yisrael, Yimru, Amen. Shalom, Yisrael, Shalom. Israel. Last night, some of us attended an extremely moving program at the JCC with a photojournalist Erez talking about the humans of Tel Aviv and the humans of October 7th and the humans of the Holocaust with extraordinary images that he shared and stories that he shared. And one of the things that he talked about was his experience of going into Kibbutz Be'eri just a few weeks after October 7th, and some of the photos and images and the survivors. And it just reminded me and brought back in a very strong way that I've actually been to Israel 4 times since October 7th. And the first time was, we were the first civilian group to go into Kibbutz Be'eri just 2 weeks after October 7th. No, about 3 weeks after October 7th. And just all of those images sort of came back. And one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot today in preparation for tonight is on my 3rd trip to Israel since October 7th. I was there, the Rabbinical Assembly Convention was in Jerusalem, and as part of that we had a whole day that we spent with Kakal, which is Karen Kayemet L'Israel, which is in America is the JNF, Jewish National Fund. And one of the things that we heard over and over again was all of the activities that Kakal is doing in Israel for climate change, to make a more sustainable country, to look at the very real issues. And so when Yom HaAtzmaut was smoked out by horrific fires in Israel this week, and you just think about the reality of what that is, and speaking to people, as I'm sure many of us have, who have been in the path of those fires, and just thinking about the vital ways in which we need a JNF and we need a Kakal to help us kind of really develop in a very complicated world a more sustainable kind of Israel. I don't really want to say much more. I could talk about all of the terrible things the body does, which is what the Parsha is about this week, really. All of the ways in which we get hair where we don't want it, and pus where we don't want it, and secretions where we don't want it. There's lots that I could say about that, but I'll save it tomorrow. I know that you'll all be here tomorrow. But what I really wanted to do is, with your permission now, is just introduce Leslie Alger, known to some of us as Leah, who is very, very involved in the JNF and has, along with Carly, really put this program and dinner together tonight. And Leslie, you want to be known as Leah here, right? More.
I answer to either one. It's fine.
Leah/Leslie is a relatively new member to B'nai Shalom. Is a member of quite a few different congregations, but has really showed up in all kinds of ways and spoke to us a couple of months ago and said that she really wanted to do an Israel program on May 2nd, and made it happen with, of course, tons of support from Carly. So we just want to invite you to share something about the JNF, and then actually going to invite you to light Shabbat candles.
Oh, thank you. May I share one memory from Israel?
Whatever you want to share.
A dear friend of mine, Ruth Cope, passed away this week. And she and I and another friend were in Israel a number of years ago. And on Shabbat, we were in Safat, Friday night, outside, and I remember singing all of the Kabbalah Shabbat, and hearing about how the men used to go out into the field to welcome the Shabbat bride and bring her back. So that's just a very sacred memory to me, and I wanted to share it with everybody. Thank you, Rabbi, for the introduction. JNF, Jewish National Fund, their tagline is, "Your voice in Israel." And when the fires erupted, over 5,000 acres have been destroyed. JNF for over 30 years has supplied fire trucks, personal equipment for firefighters, introduced the idea of volunteers, firefighters, not just professionals. JNF, your voice in Israel. JNF's vision is to help build out the north and the south of Israel for both security and economic reasons. As you know, the corridor around Tel Aviv and Jerusalem is extremely expensive. So what does it mean to build out the north and south? It means providing the infrastructure, housing, roads, arts and entertainment, employment centers, resilience centers. This is all what JNF does. JNF partners. This is part of what I really love about JNF. It doesn't come to different communities and say, we're doing this or we're doing that. What it does is that it asks community leaders, what do you need? And then partners with people to build what is needed in that particular community. That's why, when the horrific events of October 7th happened, JNF was on the ground, working with our partners in communities throughout to help relocate people from the south initially and then also from the north. One of JNF's projects is the Alexander Muss High School, where a lot of students from the United States come and attend. When October 7th hit, JNF mobilized to get the students home within about 24 or 48 hours. Those students cried because they didn't want to leave Israel. They had the opportunity in that short period of time to help pack supplies for soldiers and do things like that that were very meaningful to them. JNF, your voice in Israel. Our brothers and sisters protect our homeland with their lives. We can support them by our contributions, by going to Israel. JNF runs mission trips regularly. There's lots of ways to get involved. If you want to know more, feel free to talk to me. I'm around. Rabbi and others have my number so I can be reached. Or you can go on the jnf.org website and learn more. So thank you very much.
I think you guys real quick, just on the end, just to explain.
No, why don't you stand
Yeah,
up here and
come
you
on
and
for a
Carly
second.
can light Shabbat
So-
candles together.
Oh, you can light them, but
No,
I,
no, there's four candles.
I'm thanking Leah also because we always do our First Friday program, and we knew we wanted to do something related to Israel for this First Friday because Yom Ha'atzmaut and the timing. But I didn't know that JNF had this Shabbat for Israel program. So we have a lot of like special treats also from JNF that came tonight. So we have on the hummus, we have sprinkled za'atar that came from Israel through a little special box that they sent us to help us, enjoy our Shabbat for Israel. In addition to that, we have our challah cover downstairs that you'll see. That was a gift from JNF to our community. And you spoke of Alexander Muss. I'll show anybody who's interested. They sent conversation cards, especially for those who have teenagers. So we have teenagers here. They all happen to be outside at the moment. But they're...
Oh, I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, you hadn't noticed. They're interesting conversations that you can have about Israel with older kids, so B'nai Mitzvah age and up. And so I have those too for anyone who is interested. And also, yes, Azah.
I'd like to share something about Alexander Muss.
Oh, and my sister went to Alexander Muss.
My
And
daughter went to Alexander Muss.
And
I
my
went
daughter-
to Alexander Muss.
You went to Alexander Muss? Oh.
And
Carly?
we took her for ice cream. We came to visit, we took her for ice cream. She said, I'm never going to take being Jewish for granted again.
Wow.
So Alexander Muss.
Wow. What were you going to say, Shir?
I also did, I was there in 1980.
Alexander Muss?
Yes, I was, and when we first got there, they asked us, have we ever considered Aliyah?
Oh.
And I said, what does that mean? And they said moving to Israel, and I was like, that's like moving to the moon. What are you talking about?
And now, how many people in here have dual passports, who have dual citizenship? You guys do? Yeah. So,
I do, but not
You-
in Israel.
no, you're British royal citizen or something. I was going to say one more thing about the. Oh yes. So part of this hosting also is an incentive grant for our synagogue, so that if we had 50 people coming tonight, we would also get $1,000 in support from JNF for our Israel programs and the shul. If there's anyone here who really, really does not want me to give their name to JNF, please just come tell me. But otherwise, I'm going to send them the list so that we can also get the grant for our synagogue. So just let me know. They already have it. They know where you live. They already have it. They have your number.
There's also material on the table downstairs.
Yes.
If you'd like to grab some.
Yeah, and we have recipes also. So they sent a recipe book. So if anyone's interested in like a za'atar chicken and a special like Israeli salad, I have those recipes that I can share with you. Maybe I can send those out in an email after. Okay.
And also, Sunday is the last day to vote in the World Zionist Organization
Right.
elections. If you care about pluralism, if you care about the environment, if you care about the way in which dollars are spent and distributed in Israel, as a conservative movement connected to the Masorti movement in Israel, we support Merkaz, and we had some very powerful speakers from Merkaz come here a few weeks ago, but you can go online, it costs $5 to register, you can register and then you can see all the slates that come up. And what?
Yeah. But Bruce, if you voted in the 2022 elections in Israel, you can't vote in this World Jewish Congress.
World Zionist League.
World Zionist, sorry.
Why not?
I don't know, that's a rule. I looked it up, I was going to vote, and then I realized I can't vote because I voted in the Israeli election. Yeah.
I voted.
Did you vote in the 2022 Israeli elections? Were you there for the... No, so then you're fine.
I think there's been a little bit of questionable activity in the voting.
Oh, so you're saying I should...
No, I'm not talking
We're on
about
live?
you.
I don't know.
I don't think so. Anyway,
Okay.
so let's light Shabbat candles and then we'll do a quick Mariv and go down to dinner.
Are there matches?
Yeah, I put that big box right here.
Love those are huge. Are we supposed to light all five of these? Yeah.
She wanted to watch.
Oh,
She can light a candle, there's enough. Do you want to light a candle, Talia?
Want to light this one with me?
you want to light this one in the front?
Sure, she and I, yeah. Thank you so much. All that fun.
Be careful with the fire, I know.
This guy doesn't want to go.
Be careful with that. Oops, careful.
Maybe we won't. Is that okay? Or can we get him up? Careful, it's hot. You're determined. Persevere.
Oh, the other one went out this way. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kidshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu b'adlik ner shel Shabbat.
Amen. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, and thank you so much. And Leslie also, with Leslie's inspiration, I became, what did I become?
A rabbi for Israel.
A rabbi for Israel.
We're a rabbi for Israel.
I'm going to ask Bruce.
You are.
So please rise as you are able to, and we're going to turn to the Baruch Hu on page 39. Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Uchatatna el olam Hashem. ומביא יום ומביא לילה, ומביא בין יום ובין לילה, אדוני צבאות שמו, חי וקיים, תמיד ימלוך עלינו, לעולם ועד, ברוך אתה אדוני, מעריב ערבים. Feel free to sit, we're going to continue on page 40. אהבת עולם בית ישראל, אהבת. יראים חיינו ואורך ימינו, בהם נגע יומם ולילה, באהבתך אל תשים ממנו לעולמים. ברוך אתה אדוני, אוהב עמו ישראל. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו יהיו הדברים האלה אשר אלוקים מצאך היום על לבבך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בהם ושבתך וביתך ולבטך מלך ושוכנך ומך וקשרתם להיות על ידיך והיו תותפות בעיניך המזוזות ביתך ובישעריך. Feel free to read the second and third paragraphs of Shema on page 42 to yourselves. Just taking a few still and quiet moments. Adonai Elohim Emet Emunah kol zot v'kayam aleinu Ki hu Adonai Elohim en zulato. Continuing on page 44. ומלכותו ברצון קיבלו עליהם משה ומרים ובני ישראל הכנו שירה בשמחה רבה ואמרו כולם מי כמוך אלוהים אדוני מי כמוך נדע בקודש נורא תהילות אוסף ראו בניך, וקיים לפני משה, זה לי ענו ואמרו, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, ונאמר כי פדה אדוני את יעקב, ולא מיד חזק ממנו, ברוך אתה אדוני, גל ישראל. השכיבנו, אדוני אלוהינו לשלום, Mamidenu malkeinu lechayim. Ufos aleinu sukat shlomecha. Spread a succor of your peace over us. V'taknenu beitzatov amir fanecha. V'osheinu man shemecha v'agei ba'adenu. Ki el shomreinu matzilenu ata. Ki el melech hanun v'rachum ata. U'shmo tzeiteinu v'oeinu. L'chaim u'shalom. מעתה ועד עולם, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך. ברוך אתה אדוני, פורס סוכת שלום עלינו, כל עמו ישראל, ויד ירושלים. We rise for Vashamru on page 46, which will go straight into the Patsi Kaddish and the silent Amida on the following page. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat לעשות את השבת לדורתם ברית עולם ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם כי ששת ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ וביום השביעי שבת ויהי יקדע וידע שמי רבה ועמד יברח ידותי וימליך מלכותי וחיי כל יום וחיי בכל בית ישראל בגלה Imaru. Shkei Rama Milora. Yolam Yom Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yipav v'yitzomam v'yitnasei v'yitada v'yitalei v'yitalal Shemei Dekudesha Leila Kol Birchata v'shirata Tushechata v'nechemata Tamira v'yama Imaru. Amen. If you're still in your own prayer space, I would invite you to stay there as long as you need to. We're going to, for the sake of time, just move right to Kaddish Shalem on page 54. You're going to be Kaddish Shalem. Bye. Yiparach v'yishtabach v'yipav v'yitzom v'yitnasei v'yitada v'yitalei v'yitalal Shemei Dekudesha v'yitlog Leila min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata Damiram ba'ama v'imru amen Zikaram soto levoto hon d'chol Yisrael Kadam avon v'yishmaya v'imru amen Yesh lam harav v'min shemaya v'chaim aleinu v'kol Yisrael v'imru amen V'osei shalom v'imrumav V'yasei shalom aleinu v'kol Yisrael v'kol yishmei tevel v'yimaru Amen. Page 56. Aleinu. Aleinu Shabbat Ladon Hakol Tekedula Liom Sereshi Shalasavot Zai Hamatzot V'lohasamanu Kamishpot Ha'adama Shalosam Perkeinu Kahem V'gohaleinu Kokol Ha'onam Nachnu Umishtachavim U'modim Lifnei Melech Malchei Amlachim Akadosh Baruch Hu Notei Shamayim v'yosei haaretz U'moshach yikra'o b'shamayim mima'al U'shchinatu zo V'govei meromim U'Eloheinu Eino Emelkeinu v'sulato Ka'katuv b'torato Yedata yom Elevavecha Ki Adonai Hu Elohim V'shamayim v'ma'al V'ya'aretz כן יקבל אחד אולי. ושכחי על מנתם לך וכבוד ככתוב בתורתך. אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. נאמן היה אדוני מלך על כל הארץ. ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד. ושמו recent mourners and people remembering loved ones on the outside, so of course of Andrew Schwartz on the loss of his father and Daniel, and loss of your mother and Daniel, and loss of your father and your mother's birthday. And again we're also remembering Esther Morris, Esther Sadeh is remembering her husband, Louise Sadeh, and Leslie Kimming is remembering her grandmother, Rhoda Patia, Martin Robinson, his father, Richard Father, Michael Ginsberg, his grandmother, Sarah Rosenthal, Marion Sack, remembering her sister Shireen Fine, and Karen Robinson, remembering her grandmother, Nina Diaz. May all of their memories be a blessing. Kaddish is on page 58. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome. We'll head down for dinner. We'll make Kiddush and Motzi downstairs. And tomorrow morning we have services at 9:30. Very quickly, just want to mention two other Friday night things that are happening. On the 16th, which is 2 weeks tonight of May, we have a special opportunity for people who want to learn more and discuss more about the rituals of Friday night dinner. We have a Friday night dinner together where we'll explain and teach some of the rituals. This is a program that Rav Jacob is really passionate about Shabbat practice. And then on the 23rd of May, the following week, we have a musical Kabbalat Shabbat here, and we hope that you'll be able to join us for that. There are a few people, I think, who've never been here before. Are there anyone who's never been to Bonei Shalom before? We'd love to have you introduce yourselves. Go ahead.
I'm Stephanie Lewin. I just moved to Boulder. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, Stephanie. Anybody else here for the first time or second time or third time? Go ahead, Colin. Oh yes, you guys. Welcome.
I'm just here with my my name is Luigi.
Luigi?
Yes.
Welcome, Luigi.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. Is that your dog barking? Well, I heard it barking, then saw you were out, so it's...
We need a little attention. Yes.
Good to see you. Let's sing Shalom Aleichem, which is... Oh no, you know what I was going to do? Let's end the service by singing Hatikvah. I think it feels right. And you can find it in the back of the Siddur on page 380, I believe. No, it's not on 380 at all. I did see it. 448. Is that right? 448. And of course, as always, we are thinking about the 59 Chatufim, the hostages still in Gaza. And as every week on Sunday at 1 o'clock, meeting at Pearl and 8. There will be a walk for those hostages. Bottom of 48, 448.
Nefesh Yehudi Omida Ufate Mizrach Kadima Ayin Lezion Sophia Ola Tikvateinu Atikva Vatnot Alpayim Liotam Choshi Ve'atseinu Eretz Zion Yerushalayim Liotam Choshi Ve'atseinu Eretz Zion Yerushalayim.
Let's make our way quickly. We're running a bit late, which is entirely my fault. Make our way quickly downstairs, and as we're going downstairs, we can sing Shalom Aleichem and welcome the angels of Shabbat to our table.
Should have a drumstick.
What's that? If you could leave these, if you really want to take them home, you can, but if not, please leave them here so we can distribute them tomorrow. Oh, man.
Oh, anyway. All right, now you can come.
December, I was February. No, you were something. I was February So I'm actually friends with their brother. Ice cream. Washington.
We're going to see a terrorist. In Chicago, we say it's really that.
Yeah, it's kind of near daily.
When's you going to see?
Near daily, very often. Right?
God, yeah.
That's not usually a problem. In the ministry. Did you lock up yours?
I walked around in the city.
No.
Oh, yeah, I locked the doors. Yes, I did.
Easy. Right?
When I stand here, I'm always looking out the window and look to see what's going on. I'm ready to yell.
I was here originally. My kids were raised here.
shouting match in there.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
they're a little wound up.
Back to the same seat.
Okay.
It sounds like the tavern at the corner. Not that I have a tavern.
You know, it's sitting here thinking about Jeffrey's father. And my father died when I was in my early 30s.
I do.
And so I knew Jeffrey's father as long as I knew my father.
Well,
Yeah, 'cause my father lived to 88.
88.
my father-in-law lived into his 90s, and he, for all intents and purposes, was my father. Most loving, accepting, wonderful guy, non-judgmental. But my father died when I had 3 little boys.
My mother called Jeffrey's father a prince of the man.
My father.
Yeah.
Greatest generation. My father was an older father. Most kids my age didn't have fathers that were 40 years old.
My father
My father was 40 when I was born, 50 when my youngest brother was born. That wasn't so typical as it is now. But he had a heart condition, and finally, he lived a full life. The thing is, I wanted him more. But when I got the news, I just was shattered. And I was in Chicago, and he was in California. I was on the next plane out of Chicago. And I was so overwhelmed that I spilled my orange juice on my seatmate, and they quickly picked him up and someplace else. I was just shaken. So I called Robert that night, expecting him to get the boys packed up and come the next day and the day after. They managed to get chickenpox in the 24 hours since I was gone. Lois was in her 30s, her early 30s, when her dad died. We're telling him about how the boys got
My
chickenpox.
father died when he was 59. That year was very hard for all of us.
Sure.
You know, is that going to happen to me at 59?
But you know,
We're long past 59.
Oh, we are really, dear.
my father was,
Do you need to be reminded?
when my father died in 84, and he would have turned 74, and I had the same thoughts.
Well, my father died in 74, and my mother died 30 years later. Almost to the day.
That's impressive.
Yeah, we knew my mother.
Yeah.
My mother would sing and hear completely out of tune.
But happy.
And I miss it now.
Yeah, of course you do.
Or you also sing completely out of tune.
I sing very quietly.
Give her that, Jeffrey. Give her that.
Well, it's true.
It's pretty boring.
Right, she's a fine lady. You know, Levine were the singers in the temple.
The dancers.
Didn't rub off.
No, she didn't.
Well, no one said this. That's what we're up to. They were
My
just singing.
mother participated in local community.
Yeah, I moved it up there because it was on the seat, and somebody wanted to sit there, so I.
She's very, very talented.
I
could
could
not
not
sing
sing
to save her life.
Singer.
So whenever they said, okay, we're gonna have auditions, March, you
Oh.
have to
Yes.
sing.
They're always.
She would
Yes, we
sing,
so she made it look like
Mr.
boarding
Clean,
houses.
Mr.
And she
Clean.
put one on every placemat.
Oh,
It said her
yeah.
name, it said
And every-
to Eric
whatever.
Sister L from the sign.
She used to
This is
say
very
very
sweet.
That's really
Yeah.
Wasn't that what it's called?
It was one of the yeah. To your
I actually saved it for
I don't hear that. Yeah, I want to see it.
And then we purposely did class everybody in advance. And then if you had to take one,
Just checking. Otherwise, it'd be
whatever, but it could be, it's like present, so if you really want to try that, you could bring your tripod. And so everybody submitted an item, and then she happened
No, we went somewhere else. And now that the kids are Israeli, so it's like, why do we even have a second one? It's so dumb. I would have 6 if I could. I don't know.
I noticed the course.
They're supposed to be here.
If you couldn't
Ellen
tell.
said they were coming
Yeah,
here.
that's what she said to me later.
No, I introduced her to the nuts.
What they have, like,
Yes.
this.
Not hearing everything. Great on
You know, on how should we do this?
It's also stream.
Oh, I should told you, you could tell your family.
Do you know his bio?
What? Danny?
Can we get a couple of ferns in here?
Yeah,
So that we can, between 2 ferns, can we do like?
I think we should push this back so that they're
Under the mic.
No, it just slides back. Just push
It
it.
just slides because there's little things under it.
Do you need this? No.
Between 2 ferns with Zach Galifianakis.
What are you going to tell me?
He heard you.
Is this what this town hall is?
You'd be like you're sitting in the shower, like, we want justice. Alright, do we think we have a minion in here? Okay, we're gonna get started because I know we're running behind schedule and you guys have the late night parties to go to after this. So
After party.
right, after party. So I'm just gonna introduce for 1 second our speakers tonight. This person you guys know. This is my husband, Danny Sherwinter. And
That's all you have to say.
that's all I have.
Husband of Carly, that's
Yeah.
my credential.
Okay. And Danny is going to be speaking in conversation with our good friend Rotem Bao. And as you saw in the little bio, if you actually read anything about the program, Rotem and Sarit, who is his wife, who's hiding in the back, moved to Boulder in July of
End of July.
End of July 2024.
Yep.
We're in 2025 now. So this is their first year in Boulder with 3 kids. They have Ella, who is 16, Yael, who's 14, and Itamar, who is 10.
Yep.
10. And so Joni, where's Joni? You're over here. Yeah, Joni actually found them and delivered them to me. So thank you.
It's a great story. Can I tell it?
Yeah, really quick. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a gun violence prevention booth at the county fair, and somebody comes up and said, and we have the Bonnet Shalom banner, and she goes, I didn't know synagogues gave out gun locks.
Exactly. So I'm slowly dragging them into the world of American Jewish community. Maybe not slowly, maybe it's happening faster than you want. But we said, okay, so tonight, Shabbat for Israel, we don't want to talk about crazy politics and really scary things. We want to talk about like what it's like on the ground. And some of the things that were really surprising to us when we lived in Israel for the past 5 years are sort of happening in reverse for Rotem and Sarit, and identity, Jewish identity, Israeli identity. There's a lot that is complicated on the two sides. So Danny has prepared some things, so I'll let them talk. But I also just want to say, I'm giving you guys this little gift for speaking for us tonight. This is like a little tiny Shabbat candles, little holders. And it's made by this handicraft boutique, which is also sponsored by JNF. And it is called the Ability Boutique. And it's created for the residents, children, adolescents, and adults with severe disabilities who do rehabilitative workshops there. So you guys should enjoy, and now you can light Shabbat candles.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Or now you can Davka not light Shabbat.
Or Davka not.
So I didn't actually prepare anything other than just some questions to remind myself, but I do want to, well, first of all, thank you everybody for being here, and I hope this is interesting. I wanted to definitely start with a little bit of a caveat, which is our experience. You know, for anybody who doesn't know, we lived in Israel for 5 years with our kids, and we lived in a town called Zichron Yaakov, and we had whatever experience we had, which involved many different things, and also largely involved Zichron Yaakov. And it is pretty much as Boulder of a bubble as you can get in Israel. And so I would say that our experience is definitely colored by that and limited by that. We did not have, there was certainly a diversity of religious affiliation and level. There was some diversity of politics, some diversity of economics, but for the most part, it's like Boulder. It was fairly liberal, fairly economically upper middle class or more, and the like. So I want to caveat that we come from the perspective of where we come from. Rotem could say a little bit about his perspective, but together, when we talk about this, we specifically didn't come prepared with facts and figures and statistics and things because we don't want to create the impression that we are speaking on behalf of Israel or Americans in Israel or Israelis in America or any other thing, but rather just these were our experiences, and you can feel free to ask any questions you want, and if it's something that we feel like we don't really want to touch that subject, we'll just say we can talk about that offline, or we can whatever. But obviously we both had whatever. Okay, anyway, I'll stop talking. Go ahead.
Anyway, you guys should probably say like a little bit about like your work and your stuff, like just a little bit, because I didn't say that. Your bio.
Fine. I'm a patent attorney. I recently became an intellectual property counsel or associate intellectual property counsel for Lockheed Martin Space, and so I'm a nerdy engineer / lawyer, and I also have a strong background in loving to learn Jewish things and a connection to Israel and all kinds of other good stuff. What's that?
And to this temple.
And to Bonei Shalom. And we've been in Boulder since 2005, so we are old timers as far as Boulder's concerned. And anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know where to start. So.
Not compared to you guys, but compared to some.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's my second time here. The first time was in Sarit's Bat Mitzvah. And every time I'm here, I'm really astounded by how warm and how making sense this community is, because I've been coming from Israel, and we're going to talk about it. I came from Jerusalem, where you have many streams and all kinds of Judaism, but I haven't seen, and I tasted them all. I haven't seen an inclusive and a good sense and humanist community as here. And this is only from the 2 days I've spent here, so it's really nice. Yeah. And in sense of my background, so as mentioned, we lived in Jerusalem as a family. I was born in Jerusalem, so it was born in Kfar Saba. So I did a little national import. And it is absolutely different than Zichron Yaakov. Jerusalem is a huge, very diverse city. It has not only different kind of Jews. It has almost half of the population is Muslim. It has many streams of Christianity who are very apparent in town and in the city. And it has all the political and geopolitical pressure and tensions above it all. So it's a bit of a different perspective. Nothing like Boulder, okay? Even. So again, I'll try, and it's also very fresh. I mean, our move over here was very recent, so it's and it is a bit of emotional also for me. So I'll try, to stay away from controversial issues or things that are hard for me to speak about. We sang a tikva on the end of the prayer, and I felt I'm like in the wrong direction. Well, a tikva is like all aimed to Jerusalem and and everything, and I was finding myself here. So that was a hard thing, but then I had to look on the spiritual side of it, on the symbolism and everything. So that's an example. We have lived in the U.S. beforehand. We spent 3 years in Boston, where I had my postdoc over there. I don't know. Also, I'm also a nerd, so maybe this is in common with Danny. I'm more on the scientific side of nerds. I'm basically a physicist and a climate scientist, and I've been doing also some other scientific research in the industry as well. I don't know. I'm open to any questions, any networking. I'm very grateful to be here.
And also, people should know, Sarit.
I'm here.
Oh, you moved. She doesn't want to talk, but she was a lawyer at Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem for medical malpractice for the hospital, and she's now teaching Hebrew here in Boulder. So if you
Anyone
need
needs a
Hebrew
Hebrew
classes,
teacher. Yes.
She was a top-notch lawyer, also practicing the Supreme Court.
and the Supreme Court too in Israel. Oh,
Here and there.
nice.
It's amazing. I want to start light, maybe with an anecdote, if you have one, of a time since it is still fresh, to think about, where you thought that is so American.
So I'm going to give you something. I thought about something, but it's not that fresh. Actually, it's on one of the first time I've been to the U.S. Even before we lived in Boston, I went for a conference up in New Hampshire, and what you do as an Israeli, the first thing you do as an Israeli student coming for a conference in the U.S. is, of course, finding the closest outlet and buying something good because it's cheap and nice. And I knew that I like all the polo T-shirts of Gap, and I knew my size is very how to put it gently, very permissive in the U.S. I was like 2 sizes less here, which was very nice for me. I walked in that Rentham, if someone knows that outlet in Massachusetts, and I saw like a Gap sign, and there was like a huge table with polo shirts on sale, on $5 each. And I said, "Oh wow, what a bargain!" And I knew my size. I was extra large, and so I just picked that color and that color, and I picked 7 or 8 shirts. And then I went to the fitting rooms. I mean, this is what you do, right? And I go to the fitting room, and there's a lady handing, they give you this number and everything, and I get in, and I try to try the first shirt, and I mean, it's not that it doesn't fit. I don't get in. It's like and then I open like the shirt like that, and it's like a midget shirt. And I go, what's going on? What happened with the sizes here? And I go back to the cashier, and I ask the lady at the cashier, I'm sorry, did you change any regulations or something, I don't know, in the company, because it's Gap? And she goes, oh, sir, this is Gap Kids. You should go to the other way.
She let you in the fitting room?
And then I understand that an adult can go alone into a kid's store, pick shirts, go to the fitting room, try it on. I mean, it's your right. It's all legal. No, it's your business. That was my first American shock.
What would have happened in Israel if you did that?
In Israel, nobody. I mean, first of all, they would ask me. I think it would be okay if I selected T-shirts because it was probably for my son or whatever. But then in the fitting rooms, they would go, where's the kid? What's going on? Sorry. Yeah, that's the wrong place. And it's also an ugly color.
Right. That will not look good.
And you shouldn't, don't buy that here. It's cheaper over there.
Yeah.
Everyone is going to, to get involved. Yeah. So it was really inspiring for me to see the protection on the individual freedom.
All right, so my That Is So Israeli was probably, there's so many, it was over 5 years, I would say, at least once a week. There was probably multiple times a week, there was something. But when we first got there, we got there August 1st, and school started September 1st. And so we had about a month to figure things out. But in typical Israel fashion, the school doesn't open until it starts. So you can't figure anything out until it starts, and then it's too late to figure anything out because it's already started. So pretty much every day the school was calling us because we were not doing something that we should have known that we were supposed to have done, including the night before telling us that tomorrow your kid has to come in with a half clear red binder for their work and a half green binder for we didn't even know what these things were. But anyway, so a couple of weeks in, I came. One of the kids forgot something at the house, and I went to and we had this maskira, this secretary who was in the office at the school, and she was so mean. And every time we talked to her, she would yell at us, and it didn't matter. And it wasn't just us. Everybody. We couldn't understand what she was saying. And, and she was using all these words like kalmar, which means pencil case. We didn't know these words. These are all words that how would we know these words? And she's telling us to go shop at places called Flesh, but it was actually Flash. But that's just how it's pronounced. So anyway, so she's yelling at us all the time. And one morning, I go to bring the kids something at the school that they had left, and she stops me in the hall, and she's yelling at me, and she says, I called you 3 times this morning, and you didn't pick up. And I was like, I'm sorry. And she said, when I call, you have to pick up. and I said, I was having one of those mornings. I was already really frustrated because the kids had left something, and I had to stop what I was doing and go to the school. So I just, in any of the Hebrew that I could muster at the time, I said, you're right. I don't want to spend time with my kids in the morning. I'm just going to wait by the phone for you to call me. And then when you call, I'm going to pick up right away, and that's going to be the most important part of my day. And she's like, oh, wonderful. And then she's like, that's so I think that's a pretty typical experience. I had that multiple times with people. So,
do you want to raise the hand who has an Israeli wife?
All right. So anyway, we have many of those stories, so I want to talk about identity. I know I won't say too much about us here for a minute, but being Jewish is a huge part of our identity, especially in Boulder, Colorado, and in America, and in our community. And people see us as Jewish, and they identify us as Jewish, and they ask us things because we're Jewish. And when we went to Israel, all of a sudden everybody's Jewish, and it wasn't a part of our identity at all. And we really didn't know who we were for a little bit. It was weird. I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, can you talk a little bit about your feeling of being Jewish in Israel versus being Jewish in America, and also your feeling of being Israeli in America, I guess, and how those things go together?
Yeah. Wow. So, although it's recently mixed up, so the Israeli identity and the Jewish identity are kind of separate, especially in the US. I can talk about my personal experience. So I was raised, the Judaism and the religion in my family we weren't religious, we were secular, but there was a very deep respect to religion. My father was more religious. He was becoming more religious as a teenager, and then his parents became religious because they were both, although they were both Holocaust survivors. My father, by the way, was born in a refugee camp in Germany in 1948 and made Aliyah in 1950. So when I had a bar mitzvah, I had to do the whole schlep, like parasha, haftarah. We went for a whole year, to get the prayers and everything. And in my bar mitzvah in Saturday, so the Rebbe was late, unlike what's going on here. And my father was actually the shliach tzibur for my haftarah. And of course that my grandmother and all the aunts were, weeping. They were so emotional about it. So I do have a lot of, I learned about the roots. In Israel you study Bible and religious studies in every school, even in secular schools. Today, even more hours a week than math. We can discuss that later. Yeah. But all the schools and the communities that I was actually educated on were a very critical education and historical, like scientific examination of the texts and so on. So the Jewish identity is there, and it's always there. I'm also one of my hobbies is archaeology. And in Israel, as an archaeologist, or just, if you go and hike, and I also like to hike a lot, you go with the Bible, because it's all there. You walk in some outdoors reservation, and you can open, in Emek Ha'ela, and you just open and you read the story about David and Goliath, and you can see, all the topography, and say, so the Palestinians, they came from here, and then, they came from the mountain, and David been here and there, and you can see the ruins, and it's like, it's there. It's physically there. I have archaeologists, because I'm a scientist and I've been to the academy and stuff, so I have archaeologist friends. So I've been involved, and very in business in the recent excavations in the city of David. And you see, things that are related directly to the religion. But I'm coming from a perspective of heritage, history, and of course some kind of a bigger national view of that. I didn't need a Jewish community to feel that. As Danny said, everyone is Jewish over there. So I think that in Israel, your Jewish identity is more focused in, where do you take it? What's the implementation of being, that kind of a Jew rather than the other kind of Jew, being a Haredi, I don't know how to say it in English even, Tzionit Dati, like a religious Zionist. You have like a whole spectrum of things, but they're not really mixing up. Because the religious and the belief levels and the obligation levels of those particular different groups is different.
It's funny you said about the bar mitzvah, because had that experience many times with secular friends. We had a lot of secular Israeli friends in Israel because our children went to the secular public school in town, and so all of their families were all secular. But it was a funny experience for us because often, we would, like, I remember we went one time to a friend's house for Shabbat dinner, and the dad knew that, like, because we keep Shabbat, like, we would want to do Kiddush. So he said, like, okay, come, my entire family, like, let's go, and we're gonna do Kiddush like we do every week, of course, but the funny thing is, like, once he started to do Kiddush, it's like, not only does he know Kiddush, but you have to do everything by the book. Like once you're doing something religious, like, you do not break any rule. So it's very funny because, like, then it was like, well, now if we're doing this, we have to wash for Hamotzi, and then we can't talk because you can't talk after you wash for Hamotzi. But it was like they don't do any of that ever. It's
I think it also relates, to the beginning of our conversation, because here you have the freedom to take, your judgment and do whatever you consider right to do. And in Israel, if you don't do the Kiddush as appropriate, they're going to beat you, the same minute.
Right.
And say, oh,
you
didn't say that.
Take everyone else's judgment.
Oh, yeah, you forgot that word, and you forgot that, and don't do that, and what do things
Right.
like that. So people are like very, and there's also a trend. This is something I have to admit. There's a trend. So I'm not sure I'm going to insist on my kids if they will to read the whole of Torah and do like the whole schlep. Especially if we lived in Israel. Here, I'm not sure, we just arrived, so maybe I'm going to change my mind.
We have a really good Hebrew school here.
Yeah, for a few years for Itamar.
Yeah, but for me, it was not a question, and even my whole secular friends around me were doing the same, and reading the whole thing. And I had Beshalach. It's like the longest ever. I had to stand there like for an hour and a half singing. In my soprano voice.
Everyone's laughing because an hour and a half for an American synagogue service would be like, a blink of an eye. It's so short. That's why, yeah.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah, so I think there's also some kind of a trend. I know that, I'm in person, I was going as an adult to the synagogue, mostly in Yom Kippur, and I was also fasting and so on. And in the recent years, as the geopolitical trends and changes in Israel occurred, and also my father actually started to avoid that, and we will go to Shiva or to funerals and stuff, but there is some kind of staying back from that world, who's becoming more and more closed and exclusive instead of inclusive in our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Did you stop going to Beit Knesset on Yom Kippur, but did you also stop fasting?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So the political situation changed your own...
We had to rebel somehow because we thought that, some things that are not justice are being done in the name of the religion, I guess. I mean, if you forced, to put me on the therapist couch or something.
I mean, this is something we said we're not going to get into politics and all these things, but just for awareness, for anybody who doesn't know, first of all, there's a very strong split in Israel between secular and religious, largely because, let's say ultra-religious, for many reasons, including army service, benefits, many things. But there's also, within the religious sects, there are certain portions of the religious community who, for example, are very anti-Israel. They believe that the establishment of a secular state of Israel is the worst thing that could ever have happened for the future of a religious state of Israel. So there's a lot of kind of internal, not just, and I'm trying to say this without putting kind of, obviously you can guess what my feeling would be, but I'm just saying like there are a lot of different factions within Israel who believe, and I've actually always been sort of surprised, people say like, you have two Jews and you have three opinions. I've always been sort of surprised that with 10 million Jews, there's only, like 50 parties. Like, I'm surprised there's not, 20 million parties in Israel. But there's so many different versions of the interaction between Judaism and politics, and Judaism and state, and Judaism and life cycle and everything else. So I think it's a very difficult conversation, very nuanced, but it's important to be aware of.
Absolutely. And I think that what I miss most in the Israel scene is this thing that I see here, the flexibility. To pick whatever fits you, whatever you believe in, whatever you're connected to, and take it with no judgment at all. I don't see any judgment here. And I saw many things, even in the prayer, there were like additions and, some subtractions. So, and everyone accepts that. So this is something that does not happen in Israel because of, the directness and the opinion proactiveness of everyone. The chutzpah.
So, so I'm going to say, kind of almost from a opposite perspective, while also agreeing with everything you said. But the one thing that really is missing, I think, from being a Jewish person in America is that America does not live the Jewish calendar. And one of the things that's really interesting in Israel is that Tu B'Shvat's coming because there are mixed nuts and fruits in the grocery store. You know that when every holiday is coming because you see the changes in the grocery stores, you see the changes in the street vendors, you see the changes in what they're learning in school, you see all of these different things, and even to the extent of, for example, we knew a lot of people who, we were always surprised. So Yom Kippur in Israel is like the most fun day of the entire year because every street shuts down, nobody drives, at least in many places in Israel this is true. Even on the highway, there's almost no one driving unless it's an ambulance or somebody has an emergency. And
why do they have so many emergencies?
Because we called it Yom HaOfanayim, Day of the Bicycles, because every kid gets on their bike and they ride all over the place, even on the highways, because there's no one driving. And so all day the parent
eat pita at the Arabs because
right, and then you ride right if you're within the vicinity, you ride your bike to the Arab neighborhoods and you can get whatever because all those stores are open. But it's interesting because you'll also see all the they're like all the secular parents out with their kids, many of them wearing all white, many of them fasting. But if you ask them, depending on where you are and what the level of hippiness is in the community that you're asking, many of them will say, I think it's important to fast because it's important to have this day of reflection, but it's not a religious thing really. It's a spiritual thing, but not really a religious thing. So it's kind of, and so I think, one of the things that we found to be one of the most valuable things for us, and that I think Carly and I miss a lot is the sort of the national recognition of where we are in the Jewish calendar. And there is a lot of power in the calendar when you live it. There's a lot of power in kind of, why does Hanukkah happen now? Why does Sukkot happen now? Like, why is it just starting to rain just as we're getting in the Sukkah? Those things happen in a way that's really interesting. And I think you really see it when you're living it. I don't know.
Well, I'm married to the Hebrew teacher here, so
yeah.
Even here, we experience all holidays at home.
Right, that's true.
If I wish or not. And when we lived in Boston, we lived in Brookline, and by the way, over there we had school were actually off during high holidays, for instance.
Was it a public school?
Public schools.
There's a lot of Israel.
Yeah, there are many places.
There
are many places. There are communities in the U.S. where they're off for the high holidays. That's true, but that's sort of a very limited subset. But yes, it's true. That does happen in some places.
And another insight I had, since I arrived, I don't know many people here because I was hiding in my cave and I just was, friendly with the parents of the soccer team of my kid or something. But many people here, non-Jews, are actually familiar and acknowledge the Jewish calendar. And they go and says, isn't it Passover now? Or Hanukkah? And, you know, so this year it was like Rismuka or whatever. So everyone congratulated me, you know, and happy Hanukkah. And I was really surprised, you know, for those people to be even aware of that.
Right.
So I'm still not, maybe I'm too fresh here, but I'm not disconnected from the Jewish calendar.
Good.
It doesn't happen.
I'm glad to hear that. So we talked a little bit about Jewish identity. I'm sure there's a lot more to say in that, but what about kind of Israeli identity? And maybe I'll also ask Jewish identity as a label. I've been a little saddened, disappointed, mad. I'm not sure all of those. I've heard in many contexts in the last number of months, pretty much since we got back, people having a conversation where they say, you know, like, oh, well, that's just because we're Jewish, you know, or something like that, or you know, and like people are afraid to even say the word Jewish, and they're afraid to say the word Israel, and they're afraid to say Israeli, and they're afraid, and I wonder, you know, for me that's really painful as an American to feel that in America, but I wonder what you're feeling about all that is.
So many Israelis hide their Israelity here. I don't hide it. I mean, I go straight and I'm very direct. And honestly, there are mixed responses. So you can see some people who, I mean, the vast majority, they don't care. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But you can see both sides of the spectrum. You can see people who, the minute you say you're Israeli, are, you know, standing back and, you know, starting to pitch about, you know, I don't know, colonialism and whatever, and, you know, how horrible we are today, and how could I come over here? It's probably because I'm a sane person and I don't, you know. And there's also the other side that are like super effective and super they're interested and they're compassionate and they're very worried and they're asking about families, and, you know, they're really they're empathic. So there are all of them, but I think it's still in the norm. I mean, in every society in the world, when someone is coming from a place that is in the center of every news, news broadcast and newspapers and very vocal, so people adapt, I guess, some kind of an opinions even before they meet, you know, the person, and come with So in general, you know, I do see those phenomena, but I'm not. It doesn't make me like. It won't make me hide my identity in any way, or even hesitate about it. I still feel safe, much safer here than I felt, unfortunately, back home.
That's interesting. I'm glad to hear that that's true. I mean, I'm glad to hear you feel safe here. I'm not glad to hear that you didn't feel safe there. I think you know, we've sort of had the interesting experience that I think our kids, sort of not surprisingly, I guess, returned, I think, in a way that they would probably consider themselves Israeli/Jewish, not the other way around, which I'm sure is the case for your kids at this point. But it's interesting for us, I think, to see that, because our kids have a very strong Israeli identity in a lot of ways. And I think Israel actually does a pretty good job of instilling Israeli identity in kids in school. And especially in secular school, you know, you said there is Bible class, Tanakh class, but it's learned in a historic nationhood kind of way, not so much in a religious way. I want to talk more about education stuff, but this just reminded me that for Sarit's bat mitzvah, we were trying to learn some Mishnah together, and at one point we got to one of the Mishnayot, and it talked about Rabbi Akiva, and I said to her, "Do you know who Rabbi Akiva is?" And she said, "No, I have no idea." So I was like, "Okay." So I start, explaining he's this rabbi, and I start telling her the story of Rabbi Akiva, and she goes, "Oh, it's like in that song." And I said, she goes, yeah, you know the song about Rabbi Akiva. And I was like, what? And she sings me this song, and the song is like a detailed account of Rabbi Akiva's life, more details than I ever knew. And I was like, yeah, that guy. Yeah. But she didn't connect it to this is somebody who's in the Mishnah. She connected it to like, oh, that's the guy from the song. It's like he might as well be I don't know. So it's just it's funny how the things kind of creep in a way. Also, like in the Gan, in the kindergarten, they usually have for Shabbat, like on Friday, they'll have like an Abba and Ima Shel Shabbat, and so like a mother and a father, like a mom and a dad of Shabbat, right? And it was funny because we had Shabbat one time with one of our friends who's an Arab family who lived in Zichron, and who lives in Zichron, and they didn't really know that much about, they didn't really know that much about doing Shabbat, but their son knew all the prayers because he had been the Abba Shel Shabbat several times in Gan, and like he of course knew all the things. So that was
It's
kind
like
of,
the host of the show.
yeah, it's like the Shabbat host for the class. So
Yeah, and they all bake challahs,
yeah, it's very
And
cute.
they can be making challah.
Right.
Like in the kindergarten, it's common that they make challah.
They make challah,
Also,
they
all
have-
the parents get it and all the
Right, so we missed
experience
Gan because Sarit came in first grade, but a lot of people meet their community in Gan. So I want to take that as like a transition into education stuff. What are some of the biggest differences that you've seen coming into the educational system of the U.S. versus the educational system of Israel?
Okay. So again, maybe it's not the best time to check and compare because the Israeli education system doesn't work for 5 years. We had COVID, then we had like all kind of strikes and protests and whatever.
And this
then
is different from normal because this is all we know.
it's different than normal.
Okay,
It
alright.
used to be. We used to have like a full school week.
Oh,
Like 5 days, even 6.
I don't think we ever had a full school week.
And yeah, that's right. This is what's still unfortunately happening over there. But the whole attitude is different. I think that the social aspects are much more emphasized in Israel. I was surprised to find out here that, for instance, so we have Yael, who's in middle school, and since middle school, which is grade 7, here? 6,
6, 7, 8 usually.
6.
But it depends. Yeah.
There's no what we call like a mother class. Like it's not a organic class. It's like university. You just have courses. In Israel, there's your class until you're senior, until you're 18, and sometimes it's the same class. I mean, most likely it's going to change and mix up every 3 years or so. Elementary school is 6 years, and you have the same class for 6 years. So your classmates are the same, whether you like them, friends or bullies. You're stuck with them for 6 years, and you have to manage.
So to clarify that, like if you're like Kita Aleph, which is first grade, you'll have Kita Aleph 1, Kita Aleph 2, Kita Aleph 3, and if you're in Aleph 1, you're probably going to be in Bet 1, and in Gimel 1, and in Dalet 1, and sometimes along the way, depending on the school, sometimes they'll say, okay, well when you get to 6th grade, we switch it up, or in 7th grade, we switch it up, but right, so that's
Yeah,
That's exactly how it is in England, so that probably started under the British Mandate.
Probably did, yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, who knows? I'll give you the credit.
That's all I knew.
Yeah.
And then even when you have different classes of subjects, you would have a mechanechet.
Of course,
have
yeah.
Someone, I don't know, sometimes
Right,
they
so
have
that's a good
here and
point.
Sometimes no.
So there's something
Someone
called
who's
a
watching the
there's something
values
called a mechanechet, which I guess the closest thing here would be like a homeroom teacher, where that person is sort of responsible for your education in theory, and so they like
It relates to values and the bonding of the class.
right. So they're sort of in charge of making sure that the class is sort of a cohort, and that they if they're that even though they're moving around to different teachers, that they that kind of thing. They sort of help.
And also physically, so that place, that class, the room, the class itself, belongs to the mother class or whatever you call it, and not a subject class. So and the professional teacher is actually arriving. They're like moving
Right.
between classes. The math
They
teacher,
come to the class.
Yeah, they don't have their own class or office. They're giving.
It's also
Yeah.
because the walls are a little bare.
That's true. The walls are bare,
It's a Zen
and the
room,
school
you
is
can have
also
different subjects
a little
in
bit
Zen.
more bare. But it's true. But then
I
later
know.
by
Thousands of-
7th, 8th grade, sometimes that changes, and the kids move around. Our kids sometimes had a science room or whatever.
Yeah,
but-
sometimes you have like the professional, arts and stuff. So,
Uh,
but but then I think that the social aspect is really, really strong. And you have these field trips of multiple days, usually, that are like an amazing experience because you hike, you exercise, you study, you're in the outdoors, and you're with your friends, who's escorting you for years, and you have like you have your moments together and things like that. Even today, my best friends are friends from the elementary school, like 40 years ago. Not from I have several friends from the army, but they are not like the hardcore friends from the army service and from the university and stuff.
WhatsApp for them so you can meet them.
Yeah, and we still meet usually. By the way, in Independence Day, that's our day, and I'm missing it for the first time now.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
it's. I think what you said about the social aspects. I think that was something that we really were. I loved it. I thought it was amazing. I think that here in the United States, I think there's really too much attention placed, especially in early grades, on grades and on homework and on work and on learn. All these things are mostly you're learning to regurgitate things you could look up on Google in 5 minutes, and so I think. But I think what was interesting to me in our kids' school was so. I guess neither Sarit nor Ruben is in here, so I can just say. So Sarit basically got like 100 and some in every class that she took, and Ruben got like 50. Between 15 and 20 in almost every class she took. And but the parent-teacher conferences were often the same.
Yeah.
Like we would go to Sarit's, and she would say like. Or he or she, whatever teacher that year, would say like, she's a great student, she's doing so well. I love that whenever one of the kids has problems, she runs right over to help them, and if somebody's struggling, she's right there, whatever.
And I didn't even know she was an Ola Chadasha.
Right, and I didn't even know she was an Ola Chadasha. And then Ruben, it was like, he's such a great student. We love having him in class. He does so well. And we're like, he got like a 20 on the entire year. And, yeah, but he's always helping the other kids. I'm like, with what? Like, how could he be helping them? But that was the most important thing for them was like the community and the camaraderie. And it was. I think when I had said to you like about socialist values, I think that's for me. That was what really made me feel that way. Was like this idea of like everybody kind of. Feeling like they were responsible for everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are the real people that you learn to trust. When I trust someone, I have a very simple test to know if I really trust someone or not. And there are not, I think that, less than 5 people in the world that I can actually fall asleep next to them while they're driving. and
good, that's not while you're driving.
Sometimes I'm on. And these are friends from school, who grew up with me, and those are people that I know that even if I don't talk to them or meet them for 5 or 7 years, if they pick up, if they call me for something or vice versa, we're like 100% in for that person, no matter what. And these are things that are very, very cherished and very emphasized in the system. That's right.
I want to just, we've been talking for a long time. I want to there's a lot of topics that we could cover, many things we could talk about, but I want to see if anybody has questions or thoughts or anything. Yeah.
I think a lot of us have lived in a number of places in the U.S. Not so, even when you're younger and your family moves or there's a job. Are families in Israel as mobile? Because you can't develop those friendships in school unless you stay in one place.
So the answer is yes. People are mobile, but the state of Israel is tiny. We're talking about 400 kilometers. What's that? Like 250 miles.
It's like roughly New Jersey is roughly
Like
what you're
long
talking about.
and maybe it's about New Jersey. So even if people move out and they're like 2-hour drive from you, you meet on the weekends, on holidays. Absolutely. So yeah, families and friends, get to see each other very often.
Yeah, I mean, I think moving from someplace in like from Baltimore to Northern Virginia is like the farthest you could possibly move in Israel. It's like it's so.
You can even limit it because most of it is like desert. Most
Right,
people
right,
don't
that's true.
are just between Hadera and Gedera.
Right.
So it's like moving between New Jersey and Manhattan.
Okay, right.
Most.
Yeah, most. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rotem, you said that you feel safer here than in Israel. How did you feel unsafe in Israel?
Okay.
Just if there are people in life, can you just repeat
Oh,
the question?
the question was, Rotem said earlier that he felt safer in Israel than, safer in America than he did in Israel, and the question is why.
I think that the strict answer is that because the system works here and the enforcement is present. In Israel, and we didn't even talk about that, the law, there's zero enforcement about everything. The law is open for interpretation by everyone, and there's no use to call the police if something happens or vice versa. I was beaten by police officers just going back from some protest, going back home doing nothing just because I was in the wrong place in the wrong time. So I think when was that?
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Oh, during the protests, like
Before the war, yeah.
before the war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Before the war. So although I'm a great believer in people and I trust people and the Jewish people and the community and everything, I don't think that it's in the current situation, in the current composition, if there's some crime or some violence or some bullying or misjustice done, it's not going to be enforced anyway, and this leaves the individual exposed to many dangers. So unfortunately, I did not feel safe. Not in the physical essence, not in the future. If I try to extrapolate and see, the trends about keeping my rights, keeping my freedom, my freedom of speech, of movement, and things like this, it's getting it's challenged recently. Yeah.
So it's interesting. It's an interesting perspective because I think one of the things that going back to that sort of feeling of valuing community and social composition, one of the things that we often talked about was that we felt, for our kids' sake, we often felt way more safe in Israel than we do here because we felt like if our kids were our kid, Reuben would he'd call up a friend in Haifa, an hour away by bus, and he'd just figure out on his map, how am I going to get there, and he'd just go. And it was very common for kids to be on public transportation with no one with them, and I think there was a general sense, and I think certainly in Zichron Yaakov, but I think most places we were, I feel like people felt this way, that your kid could pretty much knock on any door and you would feel okay with that Ima or Abba helping them figure out what was wrong. Like if your kid fell on a bike or felt unsafe and had to not, whatever. Whereas here, I don't necessarily think that most people would feel that same way.
Yeah, so that's a difference. You lived in a small community, in a very close and small community. My sister also lives in a moshav, and there are kibbutzim and there are many gated communities. In big cities, especially in diverse cities, and where people have to coexist, it's not always the situation. I did feel free. I mean, I was comfortable to send my kids on public transportation. I wasn't comfortable for them to, walk in the darkness, for instance, or get next to demonstrations or protests, or people who are emotionally upset. Because those are not contained, and the system it's very fluid. It has also, of course, advantages when the laws are not strictly. This is I mean, I would when I was at MIT, so people told me, oh yeah, the Israelis are so creative and so innovative, and I was thinking to myself, well, of course, this is how you survive when you don't have any rules or regulations. You have to improvise, right, and to find your path through everything. They would ask me, how you Israelis think out of the box and stuff. And it's really easy, actually, when you have no box.
That's it's like in school, when you say you have school, you don't have school.
Yeah, I mean,
so
you
you
just
learn from life, like
Right.
from other
No,
people and
there's
socializing.
there's a lot to that, and there's a lot
It's
less
box.
there's a lot less coddling, and I think also we had I mean one good example of that I think is, or one very sort of clear visible example of that is parking. There are painted curbs all over Israel, and the colors of those curbs tell you this is only for buses, this is for cars, this is pay, this is not. If it's not painted or not a curb, you can park there. So you can park on the sidewalk, you can park on the grass, you can park on the tree, you can park on the bush. It doesn't matter, as long as there's not the color that you're not allowed to park on, you're fine. And so when we first got there, we were always laughing like, oh my gosh, this person's parked like right. And then it took
Also,
us
if it's Shabbat.
right, or if it's Shabbat, right. And then it took us like 2 months before we were just parking on curbs and sidewalks too, because that's the only parking space.
So the evolution for that now is the Tav Necheh. So there's like the accessible or handicapped.
Oh yeah.
That now, as we speak, 1 out of every 5 cars in Israel have it.
Yeah. Well, for reference, we had it. We had it.
But you probably got it like legit,
Well, I mean, we don't. I mean,
1 out of 5. 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
That's insane. So
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it has many advantages, but the cons is you have to be you're living in a very high tension, in a stress. You have to look around and be alerted always. And gather intelligence. Just make sure no one screws you. Okay.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you snooze, you lose. Yeah.
So my sense about Israel, and I don't know if it's just about because of the war or not, is that people really look out for each other. And there's a sense of we're each responsible for each other. And one example that I heard about, for instance, was when there was an evacuation in the north after October 7th, and a couple that was supposed to get married, and now they couldn't get married there. And somebody else, like in Tel Aviv or whatever, gave their hall and gave I mean, they didn't even know these people. And then other people provided transportation. And so many people helped out to make meals for soldiers or give them a place to take a shower. The kind of things that you would never hear about here. So is that sense of we're all together in some way and responsible for each other, did that exist? I'm hearing more about it, did that exist before the war? And second, is there any way we could help create that here in the States?
So I'm going to summarize really quickly for the live feed. So that was a very well-formulated question, so I'm not going to do it justice. But basically the question was, there are a lot of examples of Israelis helping other Israelis and in times of need and just stepping out of their comfort zone and being there for each other. It seems like that's a beautiful part of the Israeli experience and why and can we do that here and what?
Okay. Yeah, so it exists. It exists. I think that the main incentive and the main forcing power that actually causes this kind of behaviors is actually the stress and the survival need. When you're at war, nobody cares about political opinions or the next year's budget or education or healthcare system or even the enforcement of the police. Nobody cares about it. If someone needs a home, and this is something that is as reflected is rooted in the very basic education, I guess, from elementary. You take care of people. Having said that, the minute things are settling down, horrible behaviors
Like
are revealed.
screaming at him for not getting his pencil case.
People are, robbing each other, scamming each other, even, now. So yeah, it exists. I mean, the basic, but I think it exists in every basic nature. I think, and I don't want, what do you need in order to do that here? Like maybe a disaster? What happened in the Marshall Fire? People needed homes, and I'm sure they found homes in Boulder, everywhere, for instance. So I think that human beings and supportive communities are there always. I'm a big believer in the good nature of persons. I agree that the recent splits are making it a bit harder to contribute, and sometimes you see donations and contributions only for specific communities, like you see the kibbutzes and the moshavim are helping only their agricultures, and the Haredim is helping only theirs. But whatever, yeah, there is the communities are very supportive, always. It's still there.
I think
it is still there.
One of the things that I think is really is foundational to Israeli society, in my view, my limited view, but my view nonetheless, is it is a culture built on triage. It is a culture built on, on reacting to the present, and there's always something to react to. And I think that, when things happen, I think, like you were saying, day to day, people are living their lives or whatever, but as soon as something needs to happen quickly, it happens. And it doesn't matter how many rules you have to break, how many whatever, it's just not important. It gets swept to the side. We had that happen with, we had an experience with the healthcare system where it wasn't really an emergency and it took hours and hours and hours and hours. And we had one where it was an emergency and it was like 10 seconds and we were through, and I think we saw that with the COVID response too. We saw that, as soon as the numbers started going up, it was like parking garages turned into hospitals. There's things like, I think in the U.S. people care.
Mossad agents brought equipment.
Mossad, yeah. I mean, I think
after October 7, with the Hamas, with the headquarters.
With the headquarters, right? I think people. I think in Israel or in America, there's a lot of fear of like Good Samaritan law kind of thing. There's fear like, oh, if I help but I don't do a good job, then they can sue me, or if I, there's all these fears or insurance issues and all these things like that. And those things really, I didn't find those to be fears in Israel. I found that like if somebody needed, like I was at a gas station one time, and on the highway just outside of the gas station, there was a 3-car accident, and every single person within eyesight, which was a lot of people, it was probably 40, 50 people, ran into the highway to stop cars and get the people safe. And when the ambulance came, they like triaged the situation, and it was really like, it was amazing. I have never seen anything like that. It was amazing. So I mean, I think there's something. I think here, I think most people would run the other way because like you don't want to.
Also, we have obligatory service, military service.
Right. So a lot of people have medic training. A lot of people have training to run into a situation, but it's still a thing that here I think unfortunately I am a lawyer, but I think that that's a big part of it, you know.
But I think that one of the points of a mandatory service, any service, not only military service, but any national service, it gives you some aspect of responsibility.
Right.
On you know on the surrounding, on the public. Even if you're done your service and you know you're 10 years after it, you're still like you think as the public matters, and this is something positive.
Yeah. How much of that do you feel is like, what happens, what you're explaining in Israel, is because everyone feels like they're part of that community. Everyone feels like they're a nation, versus here where, somebody in Denver and somebody in Colorado Springs or, another community, you're kind of like, you're separated. Like it's federal, it's not, you don't feel like you're necessarily like responsible for a person who's right next to you, potentially. And yeah, I guess.
I want to share something small about this.
There was a question.
Yeah.
Oh, let me repeat the question. So the question was, to what extent do we think that this sort of sense of looking out for each other and that kind of thing is a matter of being part of a community, of everybody in Israel being sort of part of one country that's relatively small versus the U.S. being so big and so.
And are you concerned about that?
And is that a concern?
Yeah. How do you feel about that moving here? And,
So honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. Even myself, if it is a community issue or just being responsible for other humans, because I'm sure that if that accident would happen in a Palestinian territory, the action would be the absolute the same.
Right.
And even abroad, Israelis, if they are just walking in Manhattan and see such accident, they would also rush and try to help immediately and stop. And I think it's one. I think so. I do think so. I think it's one being responsible to human lives and human peers. I don't know how to call it. And two, the fact, as Danny said, that there are no regulations or laws or things that prevent you to do so. There are no protocols to prevent Mossad agents to go to China to bring equipment for COVID.
Right.
It happens immediately because this is what you need to do.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were all kinds of backroom
All
deals
around the
going on.
world.
I don't know how long. It seems like people are getting restless.
Well, we started late, and so now it's been an hour since 9:20. You don't have a watch.
I don't.
Yep.
Okay. Well, so maybe let's take one or two more questions and then we'll.
I'm curious, in the educational system, in Israel, as you said, is the Jewish holidays are there. How has it been for you in the U.S. system, where it's Christian holidays? You have Christmas, you have Easter, you have St. Patrick's Day. How does that impact you as a family and stuff?
I personally, I love it. I really enjoy to see my kids exposed to different cultures and to different religions. It's funny, my friend, my kid, especially his two best friends, one is a Muslim and the other one is Christian. And they're sitting on the same sofa playing, Nintendo Switch together. In my eyes, it's like the best coexistence I would, imagine. So I really liked it. I know that there is some kind of an acknowledgement for the Jewish holidays as well. So it's I like the equality. I like that sense of
there is, yes.
Yeah.
Not everywhere.
Yes, Steve.
Rotem, do you feel the same about the whole diaspora in general, or are there parts of the diaspora that you actually feel more kinship to, or?
So I'm sorry, I just need a little translation about diaspora.
Like the Jewish community outside of Israel.
Oh, Agola.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I'm sorry. Do you feel the same about the Jewish community outside of Israel?
Yeah.
So as I said, I lived 3 years in Boston, so I experienced a bit of that. It's also different, as I said before. It's totally different areas and totally different communities with different aspirations and mindsets. From the little that I've seen here, I see a much more warm and togetherness of the community. In Boston, it was just, I felt like the JCC in Boston was some kind of a club. just to know rich people and network. And there was a lot of very arrogant people who considered that Judaism to be superior. And sometimes I remember one time that I was complaining about two kids that were playing after dusk in the playground next to our house and making noise, and I told them that if they're not going home, I'm going to call the police. And then their parents came over and told me, what were I thinking to myself? These are two good Jewish boys. And I said, oh really? So I mean, yeah. So it's different as well. And I will have to to adjust and to blend in, I guess, and to still settle in. It's going to take time. But I didn't change. I don't think I had any opinion about it.
So, Danny, you said that there are Arab students in the secular schools in Zichron Yaakov. Are there Arab students in the secular schools in Jerusalem?
Of course, and Christians as well. Filipinos mostly, because there are many support. I don't know how to call them, support workers.
Caregivers. Yeah.
Exactly. And Jerusalem is mixed, and a lot of the elite and educated Arab population is sending their kids to Jewish schools. So yeah.
I should clarify, by the way, there was one Arab kid
one in Sarit's class.
In Sarit's class, there were very few Arab families in
But if
Zichron,
you go to Haifa,
but there were in Haifa,
Haifa,
in some
Yafa.
there are communities that are much more integrated. And Kai's school, for example, is very mixed. But yes, I don't want to make the misimpression that it was a lot. I will say, I mean, I don't know if it's worth saying this, but there was an incident where after October 7th, where in the school where one of the girls in Sarit's class must have heard something from home and said something like, what did she say? Something negative about Arabs, and pretty much every single kid in Sarit's class said, Noor's our friend. He's amazing. You can't say that. And they pretty much she ended up leaving the school. This is again this sort of communal they. I mean, I don't know if this happens everywhere, but
say the rest of the story too. That was so crazy about Jewish identity.
Oh yeah, but another sort of
that was
this
the
is
same story.
The same story. That's sort of another piece of it is we said to afterwards to Sarit well, it must be hard for him because he's the only kid in your class who's not Jewish. And Sarit goes, what are you talking about? Almost nobody in my class is Jewish. We said, Sarit, everybody in your class is Jewish except for him. And she said, that's not true. And what was funny about it is that we had been to some of these kids' houses for Shabbat. They had been to our house for Shabbat. But because they were so secular that Judaism wasn't part of their identity as Jewish, and so she didn't even see them as Jewish. She didn't even know they were Jewish, which was for us inconceivable that they couldn't know that. But it was so that was really kind of a fascinating realization for us. But
because it sounds like for her, Jewish was also religious.
Yeah, she grew. I mean,
for us,
Jewish was
then who is asking?
right. Jewish was holidays, shul. It wasn't
Culture.
right. It wasn't. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah.
So, I just met you tonight. We had a good conversation earlier, and I appreciate you doing this. I mean, it's being on the spot, and so I think I'm like you. I think I'm possibly a lot like you. I mean, I'm also a nerdy guy. Grew up in a Jewish community, pretty Jewish place.
Almost perfect.
Secular, right? Also secular, but I grew up outside of a place where I'm in a Jewish state, right? So. So I grew up outside of a Jewish state. I didn't have a secular society around me that was based around Judaism. I see, what would you say to somebody like me potentially who's I want to go to Israel and I want to be in Israel? To just, ask you a very personal, sort of hard-hitting question.
For good or as a tourist? I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, it's the best place to be a tourist in
Right.
by far.
Yeah.
Or,
Or
for
how about
vacation.
this? To
go and to live.
Maybe at least do what.
Yeah, so I
Andy-
actually have several friends coming from the States to live in Israel, and I never understood how they actually make it. Because
Yeah.
there's so many challenges and, you know, differences in culture that you can easily get lost. And people are getting, I would, you know, gotten if I were like an American coming to Israel, very frustrated about, you know, lines, bureaucracy, law, education, improvisations of all stuff. Yeah, I think that, you know, this is, you know, yeah. I think that the best advice is maybe, you know, just be super open-minded and flexible. Take it easy. Yeah, and try to laugh about it.
Gamish is a big word in Hebrew. And being flexible. Gamish.
Yeah,
to be flexible,
to be very. It's not the same in English. And then maybe
It's a type of surfing on a hurricane.
Yes, surfing on a hurricane.
You know, I have relationships with other Israelis who live in my community, and I say this to them, you know, kind of joking with them, and kind of like, because they're all, you know, coming here, and they're like, "Don't do it, you know, don't do it."
It's
don't
going
go."
it's going to be harsh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going. I mean, even driving.
Aside from the
about driving.
logistical, aside from the logistical, yeah.
There's
So it's also
nothing
the
aside from logistics.
No, there
Yeah.
is. There is. Just the interpersonal, the darkness.
No, but I'm saying like you never get away from logistics. Like that's something that we kept thinking like it's got to be done by now. But 5 years in, there were still logistics that were like daily concern. You know?
It's solvable.
Yeah,
No,
it's solvable.
It's solvable. But the interpersonal connections, the directness, there's nothing. There's almost no subtext when someone's talking to you. You know, on my first day in Boston in my walk when I walked at the university. I got some email from the secretary saying, you know, at your earliest convenience, do this and that. I said, well, it's not that convenient, you know, it's my first day. So I just ignored it. The other day, I get and it was just a stupid form. And then the next day, I get I strongly recommend you to blah, blah, blah. Then I take this, you know, to my host, to my advisor over there. It's my second day in the university. And I show him, I mean, what's up with that secretary? I mean, what does she want from me? I mean, it wasn't convenient. And now she's recommending me to submit. And he goes, okay, let me translate this. At your earliest convenience is as soon as possible. I strongly recommend is stop everything you do. Get your butt out of the, up of the chair and, go and submit.
Every single Israeli.
So it doesn't work like that in Israel.
It is actually funny because you have to look. I grew up in the South, and I have so many softeners in my language built in, and you really have to learn. Please, and all these things are really almost grating to Israelis in a lot of cases. You just have to ask and do it. And I remember one time I was taking Ruben to get a haircut. It was very hot outside, and we walked all the way across town to get to this haircut place. And we got there, and as soon as he walked in, he said to the barber, he goes, "Can I get a glass of water?" And I was like, Ruben. From my American Southern ears, that was like, what? And the barber was like, sure. And he went and got it, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, and then I was like, well, I kind of want water too, but now I can't ask. But they learned very quickly. It was very hard for me to adapt to that. But and going and ordering something at a restaurant and having the waiter or waitress say like, no, you don't want that. That's not something you're used to.
Or your customer service in general, whenever you address someone, you're actually disturbing them.
Right.
That's like the attitude.
Here too.
Yeah. Well, but here they're nice.
Yeah, they're kind of nice.
And also, I've been a lot in the academia, so a Nobel laureate professor. You have a conversation with him, and he can say, and you show him, presentation, a theory, and he can say, "Oh, such nonsense."
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and you shouldn't get insulted. It's his genuine opinion, and it's priceless. And this is the beginning of the discussion. This is where that's the fruitful ground for the great discussion. And so for Israelis, it's a thing to adjust to, I guess.
That's probably why I did better than you did.
Yeah.
And driving, of course. Yeah, you have to survive and be aggressive.
But it's funny because almost every Israeli, especially for a while when we were there at the beginning. I don't know, probably even all the way through. Every Israeli, when we said, we moved from the United States, he said, "Why? This is such a shit country."
What are you
Every
doing?
time. That was their word. This is such a shit country. And then we would say, like, well, here are the reasons. We wanted this, and we wanted that. And they're like,
Okay,
well, there's nowhere like Israel. It's a wonderful place.
Well,
Okay, it's such a funny, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Did you go there with the intention of staying permanently, indefinitely, or it was just a tour?
So for
I'll
us,
be there 5 years.
Right. So our actual plan was we were supposed to go for a year. We had planned to go for a year, and we had gotten a 1-year lease, and we had to decide in March whether we were going to stay, and that was March of 2020. And so we said, well, right now, like by April, we had sort of put her off for a month or something, and by April already you could tell that COVID was here. Israel was doing way better than the U.S. We said the kids were pissed. They were like, we got to go back to the U.S. And we said, no, let's just stay here for another year. And then by the end of the second year, again, it was March, and they said, you can't take us back now. We speak Hebrew. We know, we have friends. We know what we're doing. And so we said, okay, we'll go another year. Every year it was a huge deliberation, and then finally we decided. But yeah, it was not planned at all. And I don't know how the experience would have been different, really. But
You mean
They all
without
speak-
COVID
they all
and
speak
without
amazing
October
Hebrew.
7th?
well, without COVID, without October 7th, but also like just without. I mean, I will say one thing. While COVID obviously is a horrible thing, and many people died, and it's obviously horrendous, and it was a huge economic hell for Israelis and for the world. I mean, there was a lot to be said, but one huge benefit for us as a family is that nothing was the school. School was on and off, but it was mostly off for a while. But there were no tourists for 2 years. And so we basically had the country to ourselves. And so we went to 35 national parks or something. We went everywhere in Israel. And
No traffic.
there was no traffic. I mean, we could get somewhere that was 50 kilometers away in under 3 hours, which was unheard of in Israel. And it was really an amazing thing for us. And we got to spend time together as a family and really experience these things. So that was actually in some ways really nice. I think if it hadn't been for COVID, I think it would have been a lot harder for us to engage in a lot of those kinds of things. But
So why'd you come back?
why did we come back? It's a lot to it, but I'll say that the simple answer is that Reuben was at the age to start high school. Sarit was at the age to start middle school. Kai, our oldest, was in a really great boarding school there that he loves, and he felt good, and he was being everything he wanted to be. And so we felt like it's now or 5 or 10 years from now, and we just weren't ready to commit to another 5 or 10 years. But it was a very hard decision. We had a really powerful, wonderful experience as a family there, and our kids grew up a lot and really changed a lot in a lot of positive ways, a lot of ways that we never would have expected. We've seen, even back in the States, we've seen a lot of the effects of Israel on our kids. We've seen, our kids really being part of their classmates' lives in a way that I don't think their other classmates would really think to be, and things like that I think they really did bring with them. Reuben brought back not doing any work, so there's that. But he's actually getting away with it here, so I don't know.
For the Israeli in America, when would it be time to go back?
Oh.
What would be the trigger?
Back to Israel?
Yeah.
When I'll
The question was, for the Israeli in America, when would be the trigger to go back to Israel?
If ever.
If there is one.
When I'll see a confident future for my kids in the set of values that I was raised on 30 years ago in Israel.
I was thinking to ask Lotan this question about what your perceptions of anti-Semitism in America now are since October 7th,
and there was a documentary recently, October 8th, and it really compressed the story. But I think it's valid for Danny also to, having lived in Israel for 5 years, you see the rise of anti-Semitism coming, into American life more prominently than we've seen it in decades or maybe ever, I don't know. But I'm curious, how from an Israeli perspective coming here, and you lived in Boston before, what does it look like to you?
Yeah. So also here I'm not really, it's hard for me to distinguish between old style anti-Semitism, which is rooted, in the what do you call those? The Protokoll Ziknei Zion.
Yeah, the protocols of the elders of Zion.
Yeah, the protocols and all these legends and the real hardcore racist anti-Semitism. Then the just fashionable movements and trendy movements to be supportive to the to weak side or what's the weak side. Yeah. I know that in campuses mainly in campuses you can see these trends in the recent years since October 7th. Especially, it's just a matter of it's just a fashion, to be green and to be pro-Palestinian, and they mix anti-Israeli or anti-Zionist with anti-Semitism. I'm not sure that again, I'm here only for like 8 months or so this is maybe something Danny can reflect more about. But I don't see a deep racist roots against Jewish, at least here or in Boston, what I experienced.
Yeah, I mean, I feel lucky that we haven't directly, none of my kids or us have experienced direct things, but I mean, we have heard stories from friends, and we know plenty of people who have. And yeah, I mean, I think it's scary. I think that what's sort of scarier to me is that seeing who and where and how it's popping up, it feels less like it's coming out of nowhere and more like it's revealing itself, though it's always there, if that makes sense. Like, rather than it not having been there and now it's there, it's more like it was more in the shadow and now it's more out of the shadow. And I don't know if that's better or worse, but it certainly is scary. I think what's sort of the scariest to me about that is that there's the people that hate us. In fact, like we were talking to Kai on the phone, and Sarit was in the room with us, and we said like, oh, last night Kai was actually in the shelter because of the missiles that came from the Houthis, and Sarit goes, wait, it wasn't even coming from Gaza? We're like, no, and she goes, it's not from the north, and we're like, no. She's like, what is it now? And we're like, the Houthis, and she's like, and she goes like, WTF, and we're like, yeah. So I mean, there's the people that hate us, and we know that, right? But then I think what's really scary to me is that it's pretty much every democratic country you're seeing sort of this swing of this, and so I fear that the pendulum is swinging in a dangerous direction. But I mean, it's not the first time in history. So I don't know. Yeah, let's end. Thank you guys for hanging, and
We look forward to part 2 in 1 year.
Right.
Thanks. That was great. Thanks for questions.
What school?
There's so many crazy
What school?
Right there.
Where are you?
Still true.
It's gotten better. It's gotten
Long time ago, they said, there's only advice for water, and this is the only, even my niece is a registered nurse.
I was
Because everybody's coming.
Yeah,
Because it's
But also, they also have they have rough winters like here. But over there, it's not everyone's shutting down. Yeah, exactly.
Now here we used to have
But it's everyone out skiing or whatever.
We're out. Even in remote places, odds are high. You find so many
there's an Israeli joke about, because they're always the gaps are
remote features.
So in your background, that's what I built here. And he used them, he's an astrophysicist, so he used my telescopes, but I also did Earth-based, like Landsat and other NOAA satellites. Yeah, so MODIS eventually was part of Landsat.
See you. Nice to meet you.
Landsat.
Thank
you,
everyone. Yeah, Shabbat Shalom.
My last project.
Thank you.
RF microwave imaging.
Okay. Well, that's her daughter. That's her daughter. Not that you're with his daughter.
No, I do not. I'm looking for a job. Unfortunately.
This is a bad time.
I was very, yeah.
Nice meeting you.
We have a granddaughter who's coming
Take care.
older this fall as a granddaughter.
In chemistry.
Well, physical chemistry, one's interested in atmospheric chemistry.
That's great.
Yeah, this is a time to learn. When there's no job, you go back and get
So I know Dave Fahey. Fahey. Dave Fahey. I think he got also a Nobel for the CFC.
Yeah, there's all. Are you? I'm not part of it, but there's a big MIT cohort here. They always like.
Well,
we
for
know
example,
several.
I'm one.
He's one.
I graduated.
And they all get together all the time.
In physics, of course.
I don't even post it.
But they still get together. They'll
Yeah,
include
that's
you.
right.
There's an MIT cohort that gets together.
In the synagogue, several of the people.
There's 6.
Yeah. Well, my timing is challenging because it's because of the new administration. There are many scientists now from NOAA.
Right.
Oh, yes.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody was pushing everybody to learn
That's why
STEM
I
for
was
years.
asking, what? How did you just come here?
well, it was beforehand.
Yeah, well, that's what with my
I'll
granddaughter
manage.
too.
I'll manage.
Don't blame us for the present administration.
Well, it's not like, friends with Bibi, right?
I didn't have
Right, you know, Israel has the same problem.
It's the same exact.
רותם, איזה עבודה אתה רוצה?
איזה עבודה לעשות מחקר. research.
מחקר במזג אוויר.
גם אפשר, אני יכול הכל, אפשר מחקר מזג
כי גם עבדתי שם
So
בתעשייה אווירית, אבל שם עבדתי על הצד של המשגרים.
אז
בחץ.
בבאר יעקב.
בבאר יעקב.
אני הייתי מועמד שם וויתרתי. הם רצו לקבל אותי כמהנדס שם.
כן.
ובסוף אמרתי שאני לא הולך.
היה בחורה שהגיעה מבית גאון ברקע, שעברה לעבוד איתנו על המשגרים. ואז עזבתי. הייתי חייבת, אני נולדתי פה, אז ההורים שלי היו שישים בארץ, הייתי חייבת. אבל יש לי שתי אחיות, אחת שם במצפה רמון, והשנייה בראשון.
וואו, מדהים. והעברית שלך מעולה. כמה שנים היית בארץ?
11 שנים. אבל אתה צריך לדבר עם... כן, אבל לא הייתי בירושלים ולא הייתי ברעננה עם כל האמריקאים. אבל העברית שלו לא רע. הוא עלה לפני 3 שנים? משהו כזה?
מה?
מתי עלית לארץ?
2013.
זה כבר הרבה זמן.
אני
2013 היה לנו
אני עוד לא מדבר עברית. אבל אתה צריך להתקשר לגרם פיינגולד.
הוא חבר טוב שלי, אני כבר דיברתי איתו. איתו דיברתי עוד כשבאנו לפה.
So if he can't get you a job, nobody can get you a job.
What does Graham do?
יכול, כל הקבוצה שלו מחפשת.
Management level in like Encarnoa, one of those.
Oh yeah, but those guys are having layoffs right and left.
His whole group is looking for jobs.
Yeah.
And he's a very good friend. When he came to Israel several times, so he was my advisor, hosted him. I actually took him for bike roads.
Okay. Well, he's gonna know what's going on. Other than that,
he just told me I'm gonna, just.
Does he have connections in the private sector?
I have some.
Yeah. But does Graham have connections? He must. It's not gonna be hard.
Oh, he carries around his phone.
No.
So I just wanted to listen.
Are you staying here? Are you locking up?
Oh, are you locking up?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Who locks up?
Well, I guess, let's go out. I don't want to be, I guess I leave the lights on. Is that?
You know, I was listening to it.
It's a gift.
And,
for you.
I'm going to the bathroom.
You know, there is something about being living close to each other. There is something about there's still emphasis on family structure and families being really close. I don't mean to just physically, but there's so much. Transmission of values. Think about it, violent mentality and all that, the rudeness and harshness of it in the daily day, and then, of course, when there's the big threats, I think the heat to Israel and whatever, I have a fire in my ear all the time, but there is something, like the example I gave you, there's no rules about, who, you fight your way. I bet there were young people now offer me their seat. So it's that